G'day, you get dunce. How are yous? Going on? No one said the secret word yesterday. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. There we go. Let's get those off. The word yesterday was tradition. No one said it. No one said it. Now there's a new word. Let's see who gets it. I'm hoping to finish off this cashier behavior tree today. Should be able to. Depends on how much I get distracted by stuff. So probably not. That's the way it goes. There we go. Is the new word tradition? No. No. God, no. Alright, let's get started with a game duel. Let's kick it off with Minecraft. Why not? Cam, welcome in. G'day. Congrats on being first. Gamer could have taken first, but they decided not to. For whatever reason. What up, Defected? How you doing? Just in time for game duel, exactly. It's not a sim. It's between 2012 and 2016. You got the Wordle. Let's see if I can get the Wordle, shall we? Let's see. Okay. Licky. Filmy. Philly? It's got to be Philly, right? Oh, yeah. That's an odd word. That is an odd word. Forza Horizon 3, you think? When did Forza Horizon 3 come out? Why are we doing Wordle now? Oh, no, we were just... Defected said they got... They did the Wordle. So I was like, oh, let's see if we can do it. So, what up, Chillaby? How are you doing? Congrats on being second. I could take first every day. I think I've proven that. I don't think you have, because, like, this year was the time for you to prove that. But you've thrown it away. Because at the end of the year, we would have had, like, the total number. We'd be like, this is how many times I streamed. That's twice that. They got first every time. I think it's 2015. Alright, let's try Forza Horizon 3. You gonna work my magic? Do it, JJ. Do it. Alright, so we're looking at 2012 to 2015. Not racing, not open world. I'm going to go with a Bioshock Infinite. Okay, it's not a shooter. It is single player. It's third person. Can you explain the color again in Gamedoor? Yeah, green, that means it's exactly correct. So we know that there's only a single player game mode, nothing else. Red, nothing's correct. So it's not a shooter. It's not a racing. It's not an open world. It's not first person. Yellow means that it's partially correct. So first person, third person. It's not first person. We can deduce that it is third person. Yeah. What up, Onic? How you doing? And for the years, if the year down here is yellow, then it's within 5 years of the correct year. If the year here was red, then it's outside of 5 years. Alien Isolation. Is that first person or third person? What up, Hilden? Congrats on being third. I'm thinking something more along the lines of... that needs to be third person only. I'm thinking an Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed 3's not... I think Assassin's Creed 4 was multiplayer, wasn't it? Alright, so it's a third person. Not an RPG. Not an RPG. The Last of Us. Left Behind. No, it's not a shooter, so it's not The Last of Us. It's not historical, stealth, or open world. It's gonna be a fantasy. Third person fantasy. Single player too. Dragon Age? Now that usually has isometric accompanying the third person. It is 2015 though. It is 2015. Yeah, see how it's got isometric as well. So it's not fantasy. Okay. This is gonna be either a survival sandbox or a kid's game. Supermassive Games. Oh, what was it? It's not Hades. Hades was like 2017 or 2018 or something like that. It was the other one. I was reading about this yesterday. Oh my god. It's not isometric. It is only third person. Oh god. I was reading about Supermassive yesterday. I saw their games. I forget what it was. Until Dawn, you think, Cam? It's Until Dawn! Okay, I was thinking of the wrong game. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats, you're officially a gedunt. That's a good C word. Yeah. Go up to your boss and be like, "G'day, I'm a gedunt. Where's my coffee?" No, I'm just a... Nice. Nice, Cam. We know that. Never heard that game in my life. I've heard it, but I've never played it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is what we're doing today. We're continuing with this. What we need to do is we need to build out the dialogue here. So we need a H box. That would be across the bottom. And it would be a height of 80. And it would be about... We'll say about there. Say about there. I'm my own boss. Got to get my own coffee. Oh. Sorry. I'm playing the same game for over 26 hours. Ooh. Or 2,600 hours. God damn. God damn. I don't think I've ever spent that much time playing a game. Ever. The most time I've ever put into a game is like hundreds of hours. Maybe Elder Scrolls Online was about 1,000 to 2,000. But yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot. With 24 separation. And it's a park theme game. A park theme game. It's not the... Oh, what do you call it? Like the two Points Museum or something like that? Okay. Planet Coaster. Okay. Okay, what we need to do, we need to give these a minimum. Imagine being some multi-millionaire coder hiring some dom to be boss that brings coffee and keeps commanding that go back to work if she sees you slacking. Yeah, a good point. You can keep that to yourself. They also made the Jurassic Park games. It's definitely... I think that's the issue with a lot of companies. Like a lot of game dev studios. Like a lot of them will fall into the habit of making the same type of game over and over again. And then eventually people aren't as interested in that game, so they start to drop off. And that company doesn't do anything different or doesn't know how to do anything different. So then that company ends up disappearing or getting bought out or something. They have a pretty good variety of games. As long as they're not just making like park management games. Because like that's one thing that I'm going to be avoiding. Is like I don't want to just make shop simulators. I'm going to make this shop simulator, and this will be the only shop simulator that I ever make. Next game will be a roguelike. And that'll be the only roguelike that I ever make. Yeah. Problem is a lot of game studios rely on investor money, and redoing the same type of game is the safest bet for investors because nobody can predict results on innovative games. But it's not even about making an innovative game. It's about just making a different type of game. So instead of continuously pumping out roguelikes, you put out roguelikes that people like, and you also put out like an FPS or something. You know, tons of investors ready to invest money to build Fortnite killer because they're greedy fucks. Yeah, like, well, that's why they're investing. Like, they're investing to get a return on their money. I don't know of anyone that would invest in something just to lose their money. Like, Zoo games, Jurassic games, Western games, Magic games, and even F1 games. Nice, nice. So you see, they've got variety. They have variety. They've got park games, like park management games. They've got racing games. They've got magical games, like games involving magic and whatnot. So they've got a variety. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Can't grow and expand if you aren't trying different things. I'd also recommend against definitives like never. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What up, Chica? Yeah. Saying never is stupid. Just like it. What would this be? This would be... restock. Checkouts. No. We'll leave it as cashier. This be security. These two can be disabled. This one here can be blue and say, what do I have in my localization for it? Building two back-to-back of the same genre could be completely different. Blatro and Hades are both technically roguelites, for example. They're both technically roguelikes, but they're different style of roguelike. You know what I mean? It's like saying that Resident Evil and Phasmophobia are like both horror. It's like, yeah, but they're different horror. Yeah. So like Hades is a combat roguelike or roguelite, whereas Blatro is more of a puzzle, like logic roguelite. Jupers, did you miss anything? You slept in. Only the game duel that was Until Dawn. Yeah. I'm gonna need cashier added down here. Responding to the comment about not making another roguelike. To not making another roguelike. You can keep in the same broad boundaries while having a wide variation. But it's more... So, if you're a studio, sure. Me, personally, I don't want to make multiple games in the same genre, because I want to learn different things in game development. So I'm making a shop sim, and then I'm gonna do a roguelike, and then I might do a platformer, and then I might do a FPS or a TPS. Then maybe I'll do like a city builder or something like that. Or a puzzle game. Like, I don't want to make, especially as an indie dev, like, I feel every indie dev is making a roguelike, or like the majority of indie devs are pumping out a roguelike or a roguelite. So, you could argue that it would actually make it easier to learn, keeping it the same genre if it shares aspects, but introduces new ones you can focus. So I think that's limiting what you can learn, because you're only learning things in the context of that genre. You're not learning how that stuff works in other genres. Because combat in a roguelike is very different to combat in an FPS or a TPS or a Souls-like and whatnot. Like, they're very different styles of combat. What up, dog? How you doing? Like, I want a broad experience. I don't want to feel like I'm pumping out the same game one after the other. Because if I start pumping out the same game one after the other, like if I just stick to roguelikes, then I run the risk of falling into the sequel trap, where I just pump out sequels for the same game. I don't want to do that. Alright, we've got cashier. Ooh, actually, I think that's what I might need under. Yeah. This one here, I'm gonna have you be cashier. I need something to indicate how fast they're going. Wrap on word. That should help with that. Minimum 200. 600. There we go. So that's going to have cashier. I think that's a good spacing. Yeah. Fast and speed of love. Well, isn't love like very slow? A good amount of DLCs for every game. Not too many, just like 1 or 2. Have something fun, like you can unlock animals that you could have. You can unlock animals that you could have animals you would have animals that come from the backyard. What? Actually, one thing I decided to do with my game. One thing I decided to do with my games, make them all connect in lore some way. Yeah, no, I don't want my games to be connected. I feel like, yeah, kind of feels like I'll stagnate if I do that. That assumes you keep to a single identity genre. Roguelikes are too broad, I think, for this discussion. You're working on a shop sim now, which I assume is heavily based around UI elements. Moving to your next game, being heavily focused on UI elements in a similar vein allows you to reuse that work while focusing on what makes the next game different and unique. Again, I think we're talking about two different things. Because every game needs focus on UI work. Like, you're not going to have a game that doesn't have focus on UI work. Like, and every game's going to have, like, similar elements to other things. But what I'm saying is, I don't want to put out a Hades and then put out another game similar to Hades and then another game similar to Hades. I want to put out a Hades. I want to put out a shop sim, like a TCG shop sim. I want to put out an FPS or a TPS. You know? I don't want to just put out a Hades and then go, all right, I put out Hades. Now I'm going to work on making a, you know, whatever else is like Hades. I could find one in my Steam library, but yeah. Like, I'm thinking more of the gameplay style. I want to learn more about, I want to do different gameplay styles. And I want to learn different gameplay styles and genres and such. So I don't want to be an FPS developer. I don't want to be a roguelike game developer. I don't want to be a shop sim game developer. Yeah. I want to do different things. Fast and Speed of Love is book by Brian Griffin in Family Guy. Oh, it is too. Oh my god, that's old. That's old, Hilden. Dungeon Crawler MMO played inside browser. Dungeon Master style. Browser-based game in 2025. I love it. Do I want the button to be blue? Or do I want it to be green? I think we can go with green for now. Dialogue. Alright, so under here. These need to change to be these three. Actually. Get rid of that. Where do I set up the NPC? Oh, this is the NPC. Take those. And go up here. Pop them in here. My goodness, I got a lot to... I'll change all of these over. Just so they're all following the same principle. I want to get into the habit of doing this. So that when I'm doing it elsewhere, also in the habit. Helpers, try connect. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. My writing does not compute currently. That's fair. I can see that. I think having them connected would be a fun gimmick for my company. I mean, it can be. It depends on how they connect, but yeah. This needs to be... What did we name them? Restock, cashier, and security. I can fully agree with that viewpoint. I'm arguing fundamental indifferences for velocity and streamlining. Make similar but different to your last genre, so you can reuse, refine, and expand. That doesn't mean it has to be much of anything like the one before. Sometimes when I see how something works, then rip out 50% and redo it in a different direction or more refine it. So that's something that I'm doing after this game, Storm. Once I finish this game, the rest of this year, I'm going to be making systems. So I'll make a debug system that gives me a console in-game that allows me to spawn stuff in, allows me to move to different levels or set player stats, do all that kind of stuff. I'll make an inventory system which handles trading, containers, player inventory, and equipment management. I would create a dialogue system that handles connected dialogue and stuff like that. And I would make all of these things kind of like independent bits and pieces. And then when I go to make another game, I can just go, all right, I need inventory, I need dialogue, and I want my debug console, and I need a stat system. And then I can just like bring those things in and go, cool, I have the groundwork for all of that done. Now I can customize it for this game. Because you can have a stat system for an RPG, an FPS, or a TPS, for a roguelike. You can have a stat system for a shop simulator. So if I can make a stat management system or an attribute system and be able to drop that into any future game and then just customize it for the specifics of that game, that saves me a whole bunch of work. Yeah. Like I've already got the plan to create those sort of basic groundwork stuff, and then take it from there and kind of add the game flair stuff. From a business perspective, you should make what will work in a few years. And if you make one game that sells very good, the move wouldn't be to make a completely different game. But as a private person, you should obviously do what makes you happy. Money is less important. Yeah, like I'm not going to, like, I'm not under any sort of illusion that I understand market trends and stuff. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what game genre will be popular in 2 to 3 years' time. Right? Primarily because I think trying to do that is just... It is kind of impossible to know. Like... As your approach, I'm essentially expanded my Discord bot support interfacing with Godot as a relay. Nice. Got all of the good scaling, reconnect to many interfaces all in one place. With simple RTS game over it, designed with the intention of making small focused games on top of it. That will be built around singular concepts that I can refine, then combine together later. Yeah. Speculation and planning is half of the job. I don't think so. Like, I'm going to make games that I want, and I'm going to make them in like what I find to be fun and entertaining. I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna spend all of my time streaming to make a game that other people enjoy that I don't enjoy, because then I'm not going to enjoy developing it. Planning on starting working with company Final talks later this week to pay the bills 30 to 50% of the time. So I don't need my streaming game dev side to pay the bills. I mean, I don't expect my streaming or game dev stuff, like indie game dev stuff, to be a successful career. I'm doing this purely to learn stuff myself. Like in 3 to 4 years, when my money runs out, I'm gonna need to get another job. If it somehow gets to a point where I don't need to get a job, amazing, fantastic. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm gonna make the next Bellatra or the next Hollow Knight and then never have to work again. I'm a realist. Realistically, I'm going to be one of the 98% of indie devs that fail. That's just statistics. Also, I feel like the game industry needs a lot more stupid games. And when I say stupid games, I mean the type of games you saw back in like the 90s, where it was just absurdity. But you would play it and you're like, this game is insane. What's happening? I think we need more games like that. More games like Enna's Dream. What is it? Enna's Dream Barbecue. Where is it? This thing. We need more games like this. That's just like, what? What's... It's just insanity. A game is a trip? It is, isn't it? It's such a trip. Like, we need more games like this. The type of game that makes you look at it and go, what's going on with this person's mind? Who hurt them? Assign work, that's what we need. I want some barbecue. How you doing, Displant? I am going to set this here. Assign work combined to... stock. Cashier, and then employee data, work, security. Go down here and get rid of this. I go with the reference there. You should be nothing. You are nothing. That. Don't need that. Now, I do want to set up some text or something somewhere. Politically correct stuff is heading out the window, I think, but I'm no future teller. I think it is. I think people are just fatigued with that stuff. Like, people are just tired of being told, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. No, that's rude. Like, how about you fuck off, cunt? What's your discipline? Are you more of a coder, artist, designer? I'm more of a coder. I'm trying to learn to be an artist. I'm much more trying to be an artist. I'm trying to learn a lot of Blender and 3D modeling stuff. Like, one thing that I'm doing at the moment is every Wednesday evening, I go through these. So I'm like learning 3D modeling and stuff like that. And we're doing the texture painting stuff at the moment. So I'm learning how to do that, to do stylized textures and whatnot. And then we can move on to, like this character creator one, and then material nodes and animation and rigging stuff, and we can start to get better at that. You have background in coding outside of game dev? I do. I was a programmer for about a decade. I started out in sports statistics. Well, my entire career was kind of, I worked in call centers, and then after doing a diploma of software development, I was a business analyst between the call center and the development team. And then from there, I got a job doing some like Salesforce programming and administration. Did that for about 12 months. And started doing my bachelor's degree online at night while working there. And then after 12 months of that, I got a job doing sports statistics software that was about 5 years or so. 5-6 years that I did that. And then the pandemic hit, so there was no sports stuff going on. While I was working at the sports statistics software company, I also did some like basic cybersecurity stuff, like helping out with that stuff as well, from an interest perspective. So I got some cybersecurity certificates while working there. And then when the pandemic hit and there was no sports going on, I switched over to do 10 months of cybersecurity consulting. And then I got a call from a recruiter saying, hey, I'm looking for someone to do web dev contracting for this company. Are you interested? And I was like, I've never done like proper web development in my life. I know a little bit of it. I know a bit of it, but I don't know, like I've never done it properly. And they're like, that's all right, let's just apply, see what happens. So I applied, I got the job as a web dev contractor, and then I ended up extending that contract multiple times over 3 years. And then after that, I'm now here. So I've been everywhere. I've done web dev, I've done a little bit of cybersecurity stuff, I've done C# and API development, and yeah, it was fun. It's fun stuff. Is this your end game job then? No. I can I can very much see in like 3 to 5 years when money runs out that I need to go back into programming of some sort. But by the time that happens, I will have experience in C++ programming, C programming, maybe some Rust programming, a lot more web development experience as well. And then I can use all of those things to get a job and be like, these are all the things I know. Here's my git of everything that I've done. You can watch the videos on YouTube of my streams to see what I do and how I do it and whatnot. Worked for years in web dev, then left to do your own thing. You also ended up burned out working for the man. It wasn't even that, Storm. The only reason why I stopped working that contract was because the company had gotten a new CFO, or a new CTO, sorry. The company had gotten a new CTO. And they wanted to phase out all contractors. And they phased out most of the contractors. And they asked me if I wanted to extend my contract for another 6 months. After I had told them how much it would cost if they wanted me to be full-time there. And let's just say my full-time ask was in the middle of how much they were paying other senior front-end developers and how much I was getting paid as a contractor. So I was right in the middle. Okay? So they were saving money by not having me as a contractor. I wasn't going all the way down to, like, petty wages. You know? They didn't want to do that. They wanted to extend my contract for another 6 months. And I decided, no thanks. No thanks. You just want to keep me around until you can find someone to replace me. That's all you want. So, I'm going to call it here, thanks. That was the only reason why I stopped working that contract. We wait for our employee to rock up. There he is. Now he's going to head out the back. Now, if I sign you cashier, and I have a look under here, data, IAD should be set to true. Unlocked and hide should both be true at the moment. And I also can't see the other ones because they're not. He should be doing the cashier sequence as well at this point. But he's not. He's doing the unassigned sequence. And I think that's because... because I'm doing this wrong. I want this to keep doing this stuff. Will return success. No. This is just always going to return running. That's all this is going to be doing. Huh. I can't do that there. But I can do it this way. There we go. The only reason why I have it returning out at these points is just to stop the next stuff running. So I return out there because I don't care about any of this stuff. I return out here because I'm an idiot that could just do that. And I return out at these two. I could just indent that again, to be honest. And get rid of that. Do that. There we go. I return out here because I don't want to return. I don't want to run that. And that just returns running because it needs to return something. Worked for years in web dev, then started doing software dev full-time back in 2013. Part-time for 3 years before that. Moved from full C++ through Java APIs to PHP Python. Then eventually modern front-end and full stack across quite a few companies. Ended at Amazon 2 years ago as a senior front-end engineer. Was so burned out with corporate and political BS that I started my own company and got to experiment doing everything from embedded systems and 3D printing to game dev recently. Stuff I used to do back in college, yeah, nice. Just doing web dev mostly, contracts to cover the bills through the last years. It's been rough in that space, hence moving to more consistent consulting structure, yeah. I don't have full context on what you're working on, but it looks like you should shift to a state machine. No, so this is our NPC behavior. This is our employee behavior tree. So our employee behavior tree is going to basically handle the different things that they could be assigned to do. So they could be unassigned from work, at which case all they need to do is pace around in the back room, waiting for you to assign them to a job. If they're assigned the cashier sequence, then like if they're assigned to the cash registers to check out customers and whatnot, then there's going to be a sequence here that they continue looping through. So like they'll go to a counter and then they will they'll wait at the counter until a customer is ready to place, like until a customer has placed their stuff on the counter. And then they will start scanning those things at a speed. And then they'll deal with payments once everything's scanned. And if they need to, they'll give change out. And then they'll finish the transaction and it'll go back to just waiting at the cash register until the next customer puts their stuff on. And then After that, there'll also be a security and a restocking sequence. So security will like check customers and stuff like that. Like all of this stuff, Storm, could very easily be done as a state machine. You are correct. But I'm never gonna learn behavior trees if I don't do them. If I don't make a behavior tree, I'll never learn how to do it. And what better way to learn how to make a behavior tree than by taking what could be a state machine and making a very simple behavior tree? Yeah. So yeah. Because if I do it as a state machine, then the checkout state is going to be running a bunch of different logic within that single state. Whereas with this behavior tree, I can break the logic out into different actions inside a specific sequence of the behavior tree. So, yeah, I don't have to be like, if there's items on the counter, scan. Otherwise, if the NPCs are waiting for you to take the payment. Otherwise, if you need to give them change. Otherwise, end the transaction. Yeah. This way, it's just go to the counter. When you're at the counter, you wait there. As soon as an NPC has item, or he's like waiting for checkout, they start scanning the items. Once there's no items left to scan, it goes to processing payment. Once processing payment's finished, it will go to handing out change if it needs to. And then once it's done that, it goes up to the top. And it just like restarts. Goes back through again. And yeah, this way I learn behavior trees from a very simple implementation, rather than in the future needing to do a behavior tree and it's like a complicated behavior tree and I have no idea what I'm doing because I've never done it before. So. What do I need to change here? I need to change that up. All right. Because yeah, this one here, work unassigned, that's just, you got nothing to do. Oh, actually, that's something that I forgot. Inside here, I need another button that's unassigned. This needs to be take break. We can do that. There we are. Now I need to set up that UI to accept that button too. It's dialogue that I need it. Have this do... There we go. That's easy enough. Which IAMs you're running? These are sure. Let me grab them here. These ones. Well, not those ones. Like, here. These ones. They're very nice. They're very comfortable. They sit nicely. Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm not a game dev by trade, but I see this as an augmented state machine. All of your actions are well-defined states of current actions that can be interrupted with high priority tasks. Don't make a customer wait. You just keep a queue of target tasks, then use states as transition points, trying to get through your queue tasks. Once it's turned into a tree, the complexity seems like it would increase and make the intermediary actions less reusable. So a behavior tree is a behavior tree is essentially an extended state machine. So a behavior is, to me, the way I view a behavior tree, is a state machine with decision making. And what I mean by that, so the way I think of it is a behavior tree. A behavior tree is a state machine with decision making. So the behavior tree, like the state machine will go, I'm in this state, so I'm going to do this. You know, I'm in the walking state, so I'm going to walk. I'm in the attack state, so I'm going to attack. I'm in the run state, so I'm going to run. You know, the state machine doesn't make any decisions. It's just, this is what I'm doing, so I'm going to run. Whereas a behavior tree is more, I'm in this branch of the tree. What do I need to do next? Or what should I do next? Am I going to have a choice where I could do this or this, and I'm just picking one? So like, am I going to walk over there and stand there? Or am I going to sit down there and wait? Yeah. And then the behavior tree will go, okay, so they're gonna go sit down there. So they like move towards that seat and they sit down. So that's basically the difference between them. This is a very basic state machine. As I said before, it's a basic state machine that can easily be done with a state machine. Or it's a basic behavior tree that can easily be done with a state machine. But I need to know how to do a behavior tree, and I would rather learn how to do a behavior tree by taking a simple state machine and turning it into a behavior tree than trying to create a highly complex behavior tree with no experience. It's like trying to build a game engine without knowing how to code like graphical rendering. Yeah. You should probably learn the graphical side of things and then build, like, go from there. All right, we got ads playing. Let's do our game duel. Until dawn. Let's have a look. Third person, PS4, PS5, Windows. So this is a Sony exclusive. Third person, SCE, up to 2020. It's not horror. I cannot think of a single PlayStation exclusive that's not horror. Like Bloodborne 2013, but that'd be horror-esque type thing. But it's outside the year anyway, so it doesn't matter. It could be a... Oh, what was it? Horizon Zero Dawn. Nope. So I feel this is going to be like a 2019-2020 game. Could be shooter or RPG. I feel like it's going to be a shooter. Is it a Gears of War? No, because that'll be horror. Right? And it's Xbox anyway. I got no idea what this is. Okay, it's got to be like 2019, 2020. It's a hack and slash. It's got to be a shooter hack and slash. No, it'd be an RPG hack and slash. What third-person RPG hack and slash was released in 2018, 2019 era? And was a PlayStation exclusive? It's not open world, so it's going to be a fantasy hack and slash beat 'em up role-playing game. What's up, Waffles? How are you? We're trying to figure out this game. If you've got any ideas. I was going to ask, hey, do your thing that you have on for your face cam. How do I do this stuff? I took the code that OBS does for its green screen, converted it into a shader that Godot could understand, and then I applied the scan lines to it. That's how. What's up, Libericorn? G'day, you good dunce. Let's see. So, SCE, third person, hack and slash fantasy. Is there that with ads? How do you feed that into your overlay? So, the camera, Godot detects the camera and feeds it onto a texture, a camera texture. And then I took OBS's shader for chroma keying. I took that because that code's freely accessible on their Git. I reworked the chroma key shader that they have into a chroma key shader that Godot understands. And then I just applied the scan line to that afterwards. So that's how I get this. Create a virtual camera out feed in Godot. I didn't need to create one. Godot already has that stuff. If we go... Open this one here. Where are we? So right here, we got the camera here. Currently, it's just assigned this camera texture. So all I'm doing is in here. All I'm doing is I'm getting the camera feed from the camera server, and I'm assigning that that camera feed to this camera texture here. And I just tell it what feed ID it is, what the format is, the size and stuff like that. And then Godot just feeds the camera to the camera texture for me. So, yeah. It's that simple. That easy. I still don't know what this game is. Let's try... Let's see. If we do... 2018, 19, or 20. I don't think it's not anything Batman. We know it's not anything Batman. I was going to work on adding my games as an overlay directly into Godot. Might be able to use a camera out feed like that. Just from a non-camera element. Just from non-camera elements. Yeah. Yeah, you can do a bunch of stuff like that. SCE. I don't know. I don't know any PlayStation exclusives. It's not Control. Okay, so it's a 2020 game. FF15. No, FF15 wouldn't be Sony publishing, would it? But it was in-house adventure third person around then. Alright, so it's a 2020. It's not a shooter. I mean, we can try it. It's not a FF15, but it is single-player, multiplayer co-op, 2020 third person. It's an RPG hack and slash. Fantasy. RPG hack and slash fantasy. It's not Assassin's Creed. We could put that out of our mind. I don't really play PlayStation games, so that's not helping. Yeah, same here. You're not the only one there, Storm. I don't know. Why can I not think of it? It's not Cyberpunk. It's not a Fallout. It's not a Skyrim or anything like that. It's not a Final Fantasy. Not a Resident Evil. Not a Silent Hill. Grounded. Nah, fuck. God damn it. God damn it. What do we know? It's a third-person, single-player, multiplayer co-op, in-house engine 2020 game that was a Sony-published game on Windows, PS4, PS5. It's an RPG hack and slash fantasy. We should be able to figure it out, right? I just don't know. I don't. Was the latest Diablo game on PS? I think it was, but that's not going to be a third person. That'll be an isometric. Was Neo 2 a PS exclusive? Let's find out. Let's find out. Wait, co-op? Never mind. Alright, never mind. I don't think that's co-op, though. Even just 5-year-old RPG games without PS reference is a hard one. Too many. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna go Neo 2. What is it? It was Neo 2. There you go. There you go, gamer. Nicely done. That's got to be some sort of death signature. I thought that was single player. Nope, apparently not. Apparently not. What do we need? So this is going to be heading towards a counter. What up, Munglo? How you doing? Assuming you'd trust GameDuel blindly. Very true. Very true. So the store... Sale counters. That's all I need. Suppose you're right, GameDuel can be wrong. Like Infamous being a shooter. Yep. Gran Turismo being an action. Did you ever set up Twitch chat integration? In what sense? Context set. Counter. Array of sale counter. Like, in terms of, like, what functionality and stuff like that. Because I've got up in the top there, we've got Twitch chat up there. And I can post messages to that and stuff. Prey being multiplayer. In the wet chat, insert lines of code in the file you have open. Working on adding it to my bots, and I wanted to use webhooks across the board, like I do for Discord. However, as far as I can tell, they don't feed chat messages over webhooks. So I have to listen to the go live, then connect over WebSocket or IRC to get chat feeds after the go live, from what I can tell. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Chat, like, their chat was just IRC, but they're now moving their chat off of IRC to WebSockets. So I would suggest, if you're going to do anything with it, do it via WebSocket, because the IRC stuff's probably going to become deprecated in the next couple years. That. Counters filter. So if we do that, we can return occupied. Dialogue NPC. Just making sure I'm not insane. I got webhooks working, but no matter what I did, couldn't get chat messages. Even using their CLI to send test commands just throws saying bad command. Seems wild to me they wouldn't use webhooks for that and require you to set up WebSockets when webhooks are way more efficient at scale for their servers. I haven't really done anything with webhooks, to be honest. Because, like, I guess with the WebSocket, just like, it'll just tell you when a message comes in. Like, you don't have to do anything. You just go, yep, tell me when a message comes in. Then when a message comes in, it goes. And then you can tell it what message you want added based on that. Whereas if it's a webhook, that's kind of like a one-way thing, right? A webhook would allow you to post something, but it wouldn't allow you to receive. What's going on, Giddy? G'day, you Gidunt. Yeah, webhooks are a one-way communication method that sends data from one application to another when an event occurs, while WebSockets provide a two-way communication channel. So when you're doing anything with chat, you want chat to be a two-way communication stream. You want to both send and receive with chat. You don't want to use a webhook where all you're doing is receiving or all you're doing is sending, because then it's not chat. Yeah. Choice between them depends on whether you need simple event notifications, webhooks, or continuous interactive communication, chat. Webhooks and WebSockets, 2 different communication approaches, play a critical role. Better for one-way alerts. Yeah. So if you were... So like, for instance, I post a message to my Discord saying that the stream's gone live, and I do that via a webhook because I don't care about Discord telling me about reactions or other messages that come in or anything like that. You can get the two-way feel from webhook as well. You can, but webhook is designed as just like an event notification thing to tell you that something's happened. It's not designed to function the same way that WebSockets are designed. So like you could set up a webhook on your end and a webhook on the other end, and have them both do one way. So you have like 2 webhooks doing stuff. Think of it like push webhook versus polling WebSocket. Yeah, but that's the issue there. Storm is the webhook is push, so you're not like it's pushing one way. So like you need chat to both send and receive through the one connection, like the one sort of connection. Like you don't want to set up 2 webhooks or anything like that. Like you just want a WebSocket where you can go, yep, we've received something. Yep, you've sent something. Cool. Doesn't need to keep channel alive between the servers. You just listen to a port locally. Anyone can send data to it. WebSocket requires constant live connection at all times, which doesn't scale well. But you want that for chat. If a device's base layer is Android 16, does that mean I can install Linux or another OS? Technically, it already is Linux because Android is technically Linux. But yeah, like I can guarantee you, Storm, that there are people like when it comes to a chat system, you're gonna favor WebSocket over webhook 100% of the time, because as you've said, the webhook, you listen on a port locally. So if you have a server that's dealing with thousands of different chats, you've got thousands of local ports being taken up by all of these chats. Yeah, if that server is dealing with tens of thousands of chats, all of a sudden you start getting close to running out of ports. I don't think so. I don't think it does. Like, there's no issue with it. Like, I haven't seen any issue with using a WebSocket. I haven't seen any performance issues or anything like that. Like, it's chat. It's a chat message. It should be a WebSocket for two-way, like easy two-way communication. You keep the WebSocket connection open and you wait for a message to come in. That's all you need to do, really. We're changing the launcher break any TOS. What? So Oh, so even though a device is sold with a launcher, I could theoretically change it. Would changing the launcher break any TOS? I don't know. If you change the operating system of your device, it's probably going to void any warranty that you have.
True, true.
True, true. What's up, boy? How you doing? How are you doing? Instead of sending HTTP request to a port. That's why Discord doesn't support chat over WebSockets.
True, true. Wee, wee, woo, woo.
True, true, we. About 10 beds came to check in. Fair enough, boy. Fair enough. Yeah. I think you're... Like, the whole WebSocket webhook thing, like, it depends on company structure, and it depends on what your requirements are. So, you've got to remember this, Storm. Discord and Twitch chat are two very different things. Twitch chat is a real-time interactive chat. Discord is messaging. You don't need to respond to things straight away. You don't need to be online when it comes in, any of that kind of stuff. So, if I close the chat window right now on my stream, I don't have any WebSocket open. I'm not receiving any messages or anything like that. If I then open the chat window, any messages that came in during that time, I don't have access to them. I don't need access to them because I don't care about it. Whereas Discord, you kind of hold on to all of those messages. You have a history of those messages. It's not real time. It's just a messaging app. It's not real time chat. It's not designed for real time chat. The same way that Twitch chat is. I think the confusing thing to me is they didn't add the extra 2 lines of code to send to both. They probably don't care about, like, they don't need to. They don't need to. When you're going to work on the double chats? Some point in time. Before I work on the double chats, I need to actually get my overlay integrated with Kick and YouTube. And then I can implement.
New Haven.
New Haven? Is that like New Haven, but Behaviour? As in never? That is not how you say never. Nuh-uh. You're tired, boy. Go to sleep. So occupied is only set to true when we do that. What's dialogue NPC? Oh, that's that one. Yep. I need this to track which employee. Not occupied and I want to do that. We need to get the closest counter now. Have you watched his streams? He's always sleeping. No, I gotta add horse. Alright, so for the closest counter, I need to do... Actually, if counter's size is 0, then I want to do...
Horse, chicken, egg.
Horse, chicken, egg. What? Get employee data assigned.
Mangler.
Turn status error. Up here. Oh, because it's focusing on work. Get employee. Data assigned. That'd be better. That's better. What are you working on these days, Mungalo? What up, Katie? How you been? Thinking about it, I'm guessing they don't do it due to the registration infrastructure required to identify when a bot is online, offline. If you're always sending to every bot regardless of online status, that'd be less efficient for sure. When I was working with AWS IoTs, we had to handle embedded systems, sending
Question
millions
your
of
reality you live in. This is it.
WebSockets
This is us. This is horse.
You create with batching and parallel connections, sent across multiple HTTP ports and requests. Been slow last few days, mostly snow plowing and chilling. See, that's... I'm fairly sure you mean mostly plowing snow. Because snow plowing could be very different. Question your reality. Question your reality you live in. This is it. This is us. This is horse. I am horse. Now chat, you go, I am horse. And then another person goes, I am horse.
Plowing the fields. Yeah. Plowing the fields. Plowing the fields.
Yeah, plowing the fields is one thing, but field plowing is another. Industrial Internet of Things and Analytics. Internal subgroup under AWS IoT. Ah, right. How do I add this to my channel? How do you add what to your channel? How do you add me to your channel? I don't know.
Demon time.
Oh, demon. How do you add demon to the channel? Build your own overlay.
God darnish.
God darnish. So when this returns error, it's gonna reset everything. It's gonna reset everything, which means it's gonna go up here. And then this is gonna do that. Otherwise, it's gonna keep open through there. Hydrate. Wet myself. I don't want to wet myself, Fanny Slam, but I will moisten my insides. Let the moist run down your throat hole. Already done. Why not do both? Context set counter. Closest counter, but I need to... Or... in... counters. If closest counter is null, then we do closest counter is counter continue. Otherwise we do if counter, whoops, global position distance 2. Actually, no. Let's do employee. Context get employee. I'm going to change that into constants at some point. We go employee global position distance 2. So if the distance to that is less than the distance to closest counter global position, then we want to do closest counter is counter. Then down here we set that. The only time we're in here is when counter is null. So if they don't have a counter assigned, we run this logic. So we're not continuously running this logic. What game are we making? We're making Bobble Shop Simulator. We got a pinned message up there that you can have a look-see at. We're working on our behavior tree for our employee. We're currently working on the cashier sequence, so the cashier can do its thing. Yeah. Take care of that. And then we do employee, nav agent, target position, closest counter, global position. And this is another reason why I don't let the player move counters while the store is open. So apart from this, what do we want to do? We need to go employee, nav agent move. I think that's all we need to do there, because this will take care of moving based on what the target position is. What we need to do lurked Twitch and loaded up YouTube to watch stuff while I ate, because I like to talk too much on Twitch. And whose stream does YouTube recommend but yours? Exactly. YouTube is finally understanding that I want it to recommend me to people. And YouTube is finally accepting that.
Boo.
Boo. Boo-hoo. You can't escape? No, you can't. No one can escape. No one in the world can escape. There's too much of me. I cannot be contained to just one platform. I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing in terms of YouTube videos this year. What am I going to do for YouTube videos? How long have you been working on your stash? I've had the beard and the mustache. I've had a beard and mustache for 8 or so years. But I used to have the mustache like just to this length sort of thing, like just out to there at most. When I started growing it out from there to just be really long was September 2024. Oof. Jesus Christ. Stash definitely can't be contained. Jitspo length. Jitspo's mustache isn't this big. The hell are you talking about? Jitspo does have a really nice beard, though. Jitspo has a really nice beard. You said it was Jitspo length, though. When did I say that?
I bet they're triple chin under their
smiley face. Oh, you mean when it was out to here, it was Jitspo length. Right. Not that I said the words Jitspo length. Just that I said it was this long, which is Jitspo. Right. I'm with you, Fanny Slam. I bet there's a triple chin under there. Joke's on you, da boy. I don't have a chin. Nah. I got chin right there. Right there.
Bottom.
It's only beard. Yep, there's no jaw. There's no jaw under here. It's actually just beard and then tongue and teeth. That's it. Horrifying, I know. I'm about a year in. Can't get the sides to grow to save my life, though. Stash hovers around Jitspo length. For me at all times, it seems. Could be genetics. Maybe I've just got good genes. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe... What's her name? What's her name? What was that actress that did the jeans commercial? Or sing, whoever it was. Like, who was it? Sydney Sweeney. That's it. That's it. Maybe me and Sydney Sweeney should chat, considering we both have great genes. My younger brother can overnight lumberjack beard, but is bald, so I guess I'll take hair on my head in that trade. Damn it. I said Sydney Sweeney, but my fracking message decided not to send. Too bad, Devable. Too bad. Unfortunate. Hello, Woosa. How are you doing? Welcome in, you Gedunticle. I need a way to disconnect the counter. Closest counter. If closest counter is null. There we go. If closest counter is not placed, then we need to return status actually. Closest counter is not null, and closest counter is placed. What if they pick it up and they pack it away? What if, ooh, what if they pack it away? What if they pack away the counter? Jesus Christ. It just registered how long my beard's getting. That's like, that's proper. That's a decent length. God damn. Time to shave it clean? Hell no. Hell no. Is this from employee or customer side? It's from employee side. We've already got the NPC behavior tree stuff. Like, the NPC behavior tree is this. So, like, move to target, decide if they're gonna enter the store or not. If they enter the store, it continues on. If they don't enter the store, then it goes back up to move to target, and they just head towards their exit point. When they enter the store, it picks random. Are they gonna browse? Are they gonna go to do dialogue or something? If they browse, then they walk up to a shelf or a display. They browse it. They decide if they're going to take an item or not. And then once they're finished, it goes back up and it does another pick random. And it picks between these two again. And it does that until it decides that they're going to go to checkout or if they're going to leave. And then, yeah. So that one already handles what happens if I pick up a display or something that they're browsing. However, the NPC, I don't need the NPC to worry about. That's what I can do. That's what I can do. I'm super smart. I'm super duper smart. Do you need to know the closest counter from the employee side? Or would it make more sense to move that logic into the counter itself and have it emit a request for an employee? No, so the counter isn't assigning itself to an employee. The employee gets told, hey, you are going to be a cashier. And then the employee goes, okay, I'm a cashier. Which cash register am I going to? That is free and unavailable. What that is free and available for me to take. Yeah. We don't want to assign the cashier to be, or we don't want to assign the employee to be a cashier, and then for the counter to be waiting for an employee to become a cashier, and then take that employee. That's reverse. Could then clear the employee winking when you pack, for example. No, so what I can do, I can actually reset this to how I had it. No, we don't need that there. We just do that. And then what we do is up on the employee. So I have it set up to avoid corner cases. To avoid corner cases with the sales counter. So NPCs could be queued at a sales counter. They could have their items on top of the sale counter. They could be waiting for payment to be taken or for change to be given. They could be waiting for the player to interact with them and have dialogue with them. The problem is with all of those is they all have different ways that they want to handle when the sales counter is packed away or is picked up and moved somewhere else. So what I've done is I've eliminated the possibility of corner cases in those situations, and just said, all right, while the store is open, you are not allowed to move or pack away any of the sale counters. The sale counters are where they are while the store is open and while you have customers in your store. I was thinking employees would be doing their own thing. When a customer needs assistance, the counter would emit. No. No. So the employee gets assigned a specific job. So an employee can be assigned to the cash register, they can be assigned to restock inventory, or they can be assigned as security. And the reason why that's important is because each employee has a different speed that they do things. So you don't want to have both of your employees waiting around and then have your employee that is slow at restocking but fast at checkout go and restock the shelves, and the employee that is fast at restocking but slow at checkout go and handle the customer. You want to specifically tell them, you're the fast one when it comes to restocking. I want you to restock the inventory. You're the fast one when it comes to checkout. I want you to check out. And then they go and they stand at their assigned roles. You'd still need to break the linking when the store closes. Yes, exactly, Storm. But that's the only time that I need to do it. So what I do is on the employee, we listen for game state. Where is it? Or is it under signals? We listen for store close. And what we do here is when the store closes, we go store closed. We want to go behavior tree context, set counter null, and behavior tree data assigned is employee data work none. So we tell all of our employees when the store is closed that their job is done. Their job's done. And I can also set it up so at the end of the day, as soon as there's no customers in the store, the employees leave the store and they go home. So this way, what happens is work gets assigned to null. So this here, this is going to go into the work unassigned state, the work unassigned instead of the to checkout. So yeah, that handles everything to do with that scenario. Let's see. Let's start with Neo 2. Okay, so we're looking at a 2015 to 2019 game that's single-player, multiplayer co-op. Not third person. We can try a Call of Duty Black Ops. Okay. 2015 to 2017, first-person shooter. Single-player, multiplayer co-op. What do you reckon this is? It's not Battlefield because that requires third person.
Your mom.
I don't think so. My mum's definitely not between 2015 and 2017. Much, much earlier than that. I think my Discord's finally ready. Nice, Devable. I have a similar concept I was thinking about from the job side of things. I was going to implement it as priority list of jobs, cashier, clean, restock. And when a job is needed, done it, when a job is needed done, it would emit highest priority with shortest ready state employee would then add that task to their work queue to perform next. That takes away control from the player. The division? Nah, the division is MMO, but it's also an RPG. And the Division 2 is 2019. The Division is 2014, I believe. What we can do, we can go Dishonored 2, and now we know that it's 2016, and it's probably Bethesda Publishing. So this is going to be Fallout 76. No, not Fallout. What? 2016 Bethesda shooter. Oh, it's Overwatch, isn't it? Ah, that was Blizzard. I was thinking of Blizzard. My bad. Horror. This isn't Prey, is it? No. Doom. Of course it was Doom. Here I am thinking of Blizzard instead of Doom. The Division, MMO. There you go, Mungalo. I just wanted to confirm. I just wanted to show you that. I needed to make sure you were aware of that. Storm. So, my only concern with the way you're looking at doing things, it depends on what game you're making, for sure. My only issue with doing things the way you've outlined for my game specifically, in the context of my game. What's up, Jenny? G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? What were you up to today? We're just smashing through another game door here and working on our behavior tree for our employee. It's a very simple behavior tree, but yeah, got to start somewhere. Learning Unity and pixel art. Ooh, nice. What are you using for pixel art? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic. Get done to you. Everyone that follows is what I like to call a Gedunt. Stands for a good see you next Tuesday because I'm Australian. So, tell people. Tell your parents, tell your siblings, tell your kids if you've got kids. They probably won't understand it, so it's fine. Hey Sprite, nice. Very good pixel art tool for sure. We're actually discussing the approach to setting up employees inside of games for different contexts. So, yeah. But we need to finish this up. That's what we need to do. We need to go something like Portal. All right. Single player, not first person or third person. Oh. This is going to be a side view platformer. This is going to be a Super Smash. No, it's single player. It's going to be a Mario. Howdy indeed, hamster. How's things? But Storm, as I was saying, in the context of my game, the way that you outlined the process, I don't think I'd ever go that route for my game, just because that takes control away from the player. So it takes control away from the player. And what I could do is I could have them assign a primary task and a secondary task. so that if there's nothing to do for the primary task, they go and do the secondary task. I can do that. But I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to get the primary task implemented first, and then I can add the secondary task as like a future thing. But I want the player to be in control of that. I want them to decide. But how you doing, Mike? Good night, da boy. Have a good sleep. My intention was to have them assign 1+ tasks. Priority order determines interrupts for other tasks. So, like, yeah, you can do that. You can do that where the player is saying, this is your priority task, this is your secondary task. But you don't want the NPC to be deciding that on their own. And you don't want... Yeah, like you don't want anything outside of the NPC to decide what they're doing. Yeah. So they go idle when not busy. Yeah, like if there's nothing for them to do based on what they're assigned, yes. Because the way you're trying to set it up, Recursive, is the thing that needs to be done is deciding what happens next. Whereas the NPC, the employee, should be deciding what they are doing. Should flip it around. What up, Standard Damage? How are yous doing? Welcome in. G'day, you gadunts. What up, Shadow Fan? What up, Hoovian Girl? What up, Paula? How are we all? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. You are officially a gadunt. Stands for good. See you next Tuesday. I will get business cards as soon as possible for you to hand out to people. Doing good. How goes the tree? The tree is growing. The tree is bountiful. Yeah. Yeah. What up, Speedy? The NPC would still be the one deciding instead of them seeking, querying things to do. They would get notified when there's something to do. Think customer ring bell. Employee goes back to how they check. I would still do it the other way. I would have the employee check what needs to be done, and the employee decides what they do. I wouldn't have the counters and the shelves and stuff all emitting signals saying, hey, this stuff needs to be done, or like flagging themselves as like needing stuff to be done. Because then you end up with dozens of things checking if they need work to be done versus a few NPCs going, all right, I've finished this task. What am I doing next? Yeah. You cut down on the number of things that are running those processes and checks. But yeah. So what are we working on at the moment? We are getting this working. I'm setting up a very simple behavior tree so that based on what you've assigned the NPC to do, they go, like their behavior tree runs through and does that. I love the green and purple emote there. I do love that. I love the, yeah. You've got a good choice of colors there. Damage. Lovely colors. Oh, and thank you for the follow. You are also a gadunt. I want you to go up to your boss or whoever's in charge of whatever you do and say, g'day, I'm a gadunt. And if they stand at you with a confused look on their face, just remember, they're not confused. They're jealous. They are secretly, in their subconscious, deep in their heart, wishing that they too were a Gedunt. Never forget that. Never forget that. Very important. Each object would have action triggers. When one of those trips, they would push out their task to be completed. I guess it comes down to quantity of NPCs versus quantity of objects, on which would be more performant. So in my case, every shelf, or every shelf that you buy and put in your store has 10 different sections that you can stock items on, and every display has between 6 to 12 items that can be stocked on them. So if you have five single shelf stands, that's 50 things that are going to be triggering stuff when they need stock to happen. Like when they need to be restocked. Not to mention if having like multiple sales counters with NPCs wanting to check out and stuff. And then versus having like 3 or 4 employee NPCs that when they're ready to do something else, they just check. They go, hey, is there anything that needs to be restocked? Yes, there's something here that has less than it needs to. Let's go do that. But yeah, I'd like to keep my I'd like to keep my employee's work logic confined to my employee. Because that way, if I need to change it, I just change my employee's logic rather than changing the logic of something outside of my employee's control. But at the same time, Storm, there's 150,000 ways that this could be done. So there's no right way to do it. There's just personal preference. So, assuming that means you have an array of 50 items that now needs to be iterated over. Your stocking NPC now has to do 050 ops to find the last item needs stocked. And in the meantime, is doing that how many times a minute? It's not doing it how many times a minute, though. It's doing it once when it finishes the current task that it's doing. So it does a task, it finishes that task, it runs the check. And then if it goes into the waiting state, you can have that check run every 5 seconds. You know? How often is that and how many would be doing? Well, I mean, so if they're restocking the shelf, how long it takes would depend on how many items need to be stocked on the shelf. So they would have to go out into the back. They would have to grab the stock. They would have to go out to that shelf. They would need to put the stock on the shelf one at a time. And then when it's done, they would need to take that box back out to the back, put it back on the storage shelf, and then it decides what it's doing next. So it's not like the employee's gonna go, I need to do this, and then half a second later go, cool, I've done that, now let's go do this. Like there's a good like several seconds to a minute or two between the actions, depending on how far away the action is, how many items or how much work is involved in that action, you know? And it wouldn't be looping over every shelf. It would loop over, like, the only time it would loop over every shelf is if there's nothing to be done. That's the only time. Otherwise, what it does is it loops over the shelves until it finds work to do. You don't need to continue looping past that. If the decision at some point starts spiking CPU, you can make the decision run over several frames. Yeah. Yeah, you can have them like every second it checks 5. Every second it checks 5 shelves or something. If it's the last, then it's the full ON. Yeah. But as Munglo was saying, you can break it out so you can go, all right, so check the first 5, and then 1 second later, you go check the next 5. Or you have it every frame, it checks 1 shelf. So this frame, it checks that shelf. Next frame, it checks the next shelf. Next frame, it checks the next one. If you have 50 shelves and you run it at 60 FPS, it's less than a second to check all of them. So, yeah. But yeah, as I was saying, Storm, there's 150,000 ways you can do it. There's no correct way to do it. There's just whatever your preference is. And this is my preference. I prefer to keep the logic of... I prefer to have the employee make the decision and do the check than to have the check distributed across everything else, and then when I need to change something, I have to leave the NPC. I have to leave the employee to update something. Yeah. You're eating spicy roll chips. Spicy roll chips. People say I'm weird if I say Takis. See, I understand Takis. When you say spicy roll chips, I think of like an actual like bread roll with some sort of spicy contents in chip form. And that was confusing. That is very confusing. I was thinking in terms of an RTS in scale, simulating small civilizations. Oh, yeah, no, like, you would never do this. Like, an RTS is a completely different thing. An RTS, you need to set it up kind of like an ant simulation, like a colony simulation. Weak sauce. Let's do this. My 20-year-old kid loves Takis. Never understood that. I mean, just get Doritos. Same goddamn thing. It's the same damn thing. It's just Takis you have less. Because they're curled up. So they've got like the hollow bit inside the curl where there's no chip. Whereas, Doritos, most of them are flat with a little bit of a curl, so there's less space being taken up by the empty cylinder cone shape. Yeah. Thank you for the weak sauce, Fanny Slam. Ah, tasty. Also, why is my overlay not updating with my raids? Matching raider not returned from API. Huh. Give me 2 seconds. Twitch user. Oh, of course. Alright. I'm gonna quickly get that fixed up here. Overlay or title? Both. Both. I'm gonna stop my overlay for a moment. And then export that. I need to do more on that environment. Do this. Pop that in there. Connect. Give you a start. Turn that off. Give you that. Change that. What happened there? Doesn't matter. We're all good. We're back. I like it when things break. Okay, so let's check that this is working. Well, actually, what we want to do, if employee nav agent is target reached, or nav agent target not reachable, what we want to do is return status. So actually no. Target should always be reachable. Love spending your precious time fixing things. I know, right? Fixing things is just... it's what I... No, that's not what I live for. Okay, so we return success. And then it moves on to the next stage. Yeah, that's right. Be a get done. Wishlist Bobble Shop Sim. We'll have another play test later this month once I've got these things done. At the rate that we're going, this should be done by the end of today. And then... Why did that shout you out again? It shouted you out before. God damn it. I'm gonna have to do some work on my overlay today, I think. If this works, then I might actually fix up those overlay things, just because the restart. Ooh, yes, it would have been the restart. That's correct. That's very correct. It would have been the restart. There he is. So let's see what happens. I assign you cashier. You're going... So what he's going to do, he's going to walk over to... Yeah, cool. So now I need him to walk to the position here that I have marked. And I need him to face that way. Beautiful. So it's not the counter's global position that I'm after. It's the player pause. I should rename this. Yeah, cool. Occupant pause. There we go. Ah, shit. No. That's what we want. Much better. We need them to face employee global rotation Y is closest counter. No. Context get counter. Global rotation Y. Easy. But yeah, what happened with the overlay, Munglo, is internally it will track who it has shouted out. And then like when I restart, obviously it's lost track. So okay, you need that minus I. Stop watching me overlay. What? It's tracking us. You know it. My analytics is better than all of you. Is better than Amazon's. Yeah. Yeah. What up, Fira? How's grind? It's good. It's good. What's this? He's assigned to the cash register. He's gonna go over here. Bam. Now he's ready to start checking customers out. Yeah. And then, if I speak, I take a break. Doesn't work. There we go. He's taking a break. So it does work. There was just a bit of a delay. And then, cashier. Because it's returning running. That's why. Oh, no, I know why. I know why. Actually, I don't know why. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Context get counter. We go employee. And under here, we need to reset this. But that's only for store closed. So when we unassign them, it's under dialogue. So when we unassign, maybe what I can do under here, go, oops. Helpers, try connect. Data work assigned. We go behavior tree, context. Work changed. So we're going to do that so that under here, we can go if context yet work changed. You're late, Tricky. He doesn't want to take a break. He lives for the grind. You know it. You know it. It's exactly why I take 5 hours off in the middle of the day. I just love that grind. You know? Just keep going with the grind. Forever and ever. I meant your employee, but yeah, that too. Yep. True. My employee lives for the grind, but not by choice. Yeah. So we want to do set work changed to false. We want to go time to pause. Time paused. And equals the global position. And the reason we do that is so that this goes, yeah, navigation is finished. It's going to process. Weak sauce, medium sauce, hot sauce? Sure thing. I have some new sauces coming in too. The new hot sauce, when it gets here, will be 135,000 Scoville as opposed to the 105,000 Scoville. Do they also contain honey? No. No, they do not. They do contain funny. Ah ha 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 ha. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. Absolute shocking joke. But hey, I go for the spray and pray method. Alright? Alright? I just say as many jokes as I can. Some of them are bound to be funny. Some of them will actually make sense as well. Yeah. Alright. Quick sauce. There we go. Medium sauce with a shit ton of chili seeds. So this one's gonna be fun. My Babe Ruth joke theory. Babe Ruth had the most at-bats, but he also had the most strikeouts. I figure the more jokes I tell, the more that will land. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly right, hamster. Got a 2TB NVMe to put into my PC as an upgrade. Will require a fresh install for an OS. Convince me to move to Linux. If Microsoft hasn't convinced you to move to Linux by now, you're never going to move to Linux. Microsoft, over the last 12 months, has been the best argument for switching to Linux. So, here we go for the medium. And hot sauce. Again, thank you, Tricky, or Banny Slam. Tricky. Oh. They sold you on the change to Linux, Storm? Good to hear. Good to hear. Ooh. That's a spicy. Man, that's a hydrate, I bet. Yay! My Steam Deck is on board for delivery as of 20 minutes ago. A good old Steam Deck. Which distro should I use before I give up and move back to Windows? What do you want out of your operating system? Because I would suggest either Mint, Fedora, Ubuntu, or Kashi. Or actually, yeah, just those. And that is order of descending. So Mint, top level for someone coming over from Windows as a first entry level sort of system. Fedora next. And then Ubuntu. And then Kashi. Roll with Mint? Yeah. Roll with Mint, not in Mint. My nose is a little bit runny after all the hot sauces. Morning, Mike. How you doing? Fire. Fire on the tongue. Um, I don't think I need to do anything there for that. Actually. I think we can do that just to make sure that the movement does actually stop. So that that happens. Continue to work on the FP controller. Nice. Ubuntu's the easiest to get into for all those for sure. I prefer Mint for their UX. I'm an Arch Gen 2 user, though nowadays I've taken a step back to Manjaro. I hate Gen 2. Does my head in. I would rather do Linux from scratch than deal with Gen 2. Like, the last time that I used Gen 2, or the last time that I looked at Gen 2, was like 2015 or something. So, damn, is it fast though when it's running? When it's running. When. I always default to Ubuntu or maybe Debian. Mainly as I did a lot on Raspberry Pis. Yeah, fair. When is in fact the keyword. Yeah, exactly. Mainly as they were close to the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, that's because the Raspberry Pi based Raspbian off Debian. And now Raspberry OS. Like, Raspberry Pi OS is now like based on, I think Debian, or yeah, it's based on Debian. So if you're using Debian or a Debian based distro, it's probably going to be able to work on a Raspberry Pi. Cannot stop sneezing. I blame watching you consume hot sauce. Hot sauce doesn't make you sneeze. It gives you hiccups. Maybe, Fanny, what you should do is dust. Clean your living quarters so that you don't sneeze. Filthy. Minor patch update to your browser. Your OS is now effed. Get wrecked. Still trying to decide on what to move to start testing. Cannot do a full swap yet because of the photography tools I need. Yeah, fair. They are clean, just I dragged a dress out of the wardrobe that's been very dusty since before I got here. Well, there you go. That's your problem. Clean the goddamn dress. All you're doing right now is wearing dust. Jeez. Why did they continue? I think we do that. Let's see what happens. I like my dust dress. Worst thing about hot sauce. Nose go brr. Where are you? Might help if I hire them first. Nose equal tap. About Linux, someone who migrated from Windows 10 to Linux Mint in mid-October here. And how are you liking it, Inspirator? Is it fan-frickin-tastic? Okay, so I'm not seeing the person that I hired. Yeah, because I'm not doing the Envoy decomputed. Yep. And get rid of that. We don't need to do that because we're not doing any, what do you call it? We're not doing any avoidance. That's the best part, cleaning them sinuses out. We have different ideas of what's best. Still don't see my guy. Where's my guy? Where's my little guy? Where's my Empler? Where's my Empler? Oh, yep. I know why. It should be that. That's what it should be. What up, Kuko? How you doing? Hopefully you're being a gedunt. Drop in. Ow. Also, I think I want this to keep the money there. You. Go be a cashier. Why did you take so long to take a break? That's what we need to do. Um, counter is not null. It's an employee, then you become null. We do context set count to null. Should take care of that. We have ads coming in again. God damn it. Ads are smashing through. It's been an hour. So quick. Alright. We need to figure out this game. It's not Mario Party. I'm thinking it's a side view. A side view PS4? No. Let's get the year honed in. So it's a side view single player. It's 2008 to 2010. 2008 to 2010 side view platformer. That's what we need to figure out. Be a cashier. Thanks for the lurk, Fanny Slam. Gotta tell Armageddon. See you all later. When I discovered you can fully customize taskbar, or should I say panel, clock on Linux Mint, I of course turned that into an opportunity to make it show the system time down to the second. God damn. Why aren't you moving back there? What the fuck? Should be going into here. But instead, it's just directly going into here. I don't know. We'll figure that out in a second. Alright, so 2008 to 2010 single player side view game. Oh, is this Super Meat Boy? No, damn it. 2008, 2009. It's not a platform, it's a puzzle. Oh, it's a puzzle game, a side view puzzle game. What side view puzzle game on absolutely no platform this is gonna be is this gonna be like a Candy Crush? No, it's not on mobile. Konami, Warner Brother Games, Fifth Cell Development. Could be top-down puzzle game. Gal and Goff only on Itch. It's first off, Sammy, this is a side view that we're looking for. Second of all, Gallant Golf is not top-down only. Okay? It's also third person. So, Konami and WB Games. So is this going to be like a 3DS or something. What up, dumb sock guy? How you doing? Scribblenauts? Yeah, it is. Good old Scribblenautius. Well done. Well done, Sammy. That puts us on a streak of 5. Remember, we are aiming to get 100 by the end of the year. A 100 streak by the end of this year. We're 1/20th of the way there. We are 5% towards our goal. See what happens. See what happens. There he is. It just went straight into nav finished. Yeah, he just went straight back into... Went straight back into here. Didn't hit any of that. Even though up here, we are doing context work changed. So when work is changed, we set the context of work changed to true. Work changed. Work changed. Also going to do do that. I'll leave that there for now, just in case I do need it at some point. Just in case. What? What? Oh, I know why. That'll be why. That'll be why. I'm so silly. Oh, apparently not. Apparently you just don't give a shit. Same though. Weird counter. I have a feeling it's not going to print out finding counter. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Now I'm going to have to figure out why. Go on. So it only said finding counter once. So we do that. It also didn't print that. Let's make sure that that's printing. It does work assigned. Take a break, work assigned. So it is doing that. I'm wondering if it's doing this. For the wrong spot, like if it's running the other ones. If it's running the other one first. So it's calling it for the correct. Ah, that's why. So I need to keep it like that for that one. That's fine there. Now the 2 checkouts. Count as null. Why are you just standing there? Fucking head to the back room, you douchebag. So just make that greater than equal to. Let's see. You call your employees mean things. That's why they don't do what you want. I give them money, though. So they can get over it. If they don't like it, they can quit. If they don't quit, then they mustn't be too bothered by it. Let's ignore the fact that I haven't programmed a way for them to quit. There we go. That fixes that. But now, this one here is still being the shittest of shittier shits. Counter null. No counters. Um, that one there. Let's see if that works. See what happens with this. I hope it fixes it. If it doesn't, then I'm stumped. Damn, you bet all other NPCs. That's the issue. The issue is that it never clears out the counter. I set counter to null there. Okay. Let's see what happens. Cool. Why not assigning employee anywhere? I'm not. No duh. There we are. If counter's not null, if employee is self, assign null. Otherwise, set counter to null. Well, we set counter to null no matter what. Store closed, counter null, employee null. Do that. But at the same time, under employee data, I'm going to go if assigned is val, I'm just going to return. I don't want to do anything in that instance. Bugger that. Cool. So that fixes all that up. Now, because we have to checkout returning success down here, so now I need to create another action, which will be wait for customer. And then this will extend a behavior. And, actually, these events, these are different areas of the behavior tree. So what I want to do here, for now, the employee that's assigned to the cash register is just going to deal with the customers that are looking to pay for items. But later on, I'm going to add the ability for them to not just deal with customers paying for items, but also deal with customers that are wanting to discuss a trade or a buy-sell type thing. And basically have it so that they can handle those conversations as well. And that's where the behavior tree starts to like split. It will check if there's customers wanting to pay for items, and if there's a customer wanting to check out, or wanting to talk, wanting to do dialogue, and then it'll pick which one it will do, and then run through the sequence of events for that. And then once it finishes, it goes back and it checks if there's customers waiting to pay, if there's dialogue, and what to do. But yeah, it's just NPC behavior. It's a very simple behavior tree too. People are saying, yes, it can be a state machine. And say, yeah, that's true. It can be a state machine. But I want to learn how to do behavior trees. So I'm starting with a simple behavior tree, which could very easily be made a state machine. From here, so this, I could have this as a pick random. If I have a look at the pick random here, this is set up specifically for, yeah. So we'll have this do evaluate, and it can just return status running. I need to BRB for like 30 seconds. Yeah, all right. BRB, give me 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back. Get my ears back in. There we go. Back as a burb. Or back from being a burb, I should say. I was a burb, now I'm not. Why is this not? There we go. There we go. I have both my ears working now. Are we? Okay, so what we want to do now we do get rid of the underscore for context. We need to pick if status is if it's error, I mean, I could just return. Status error, status success. We'll select a node. Behavior. And then behaviors. Be an array of behavior. Behaviors. So we know 4. I could just do it as get children, couldn't I? If selected node is null, selected node get child will be rand I between 0 and get child count. A Randi range. That's what we want. That's going to select the node. What we're going to do is selected node evaluate context. Then if the status is error, we return status. Return status. If status is success, selected node can go back to null. And yeah, that's what we need to do for this. This one's a lot simpler than the NPC one, the customer one. Well, actually, because that's wait for customer. If get counter. If counter is null, return status error. We go context get employee. Data assigned. None. So yeah, that should be good. So if counter's null, we return out. Actually, if counter dialog NPC, ranges. This needs to be an array of floats. Yeah, if there's a dialogue NPC, ranges append. No. So apart from that, that's not going to be a child count. This will be range. Zero if range is 0. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay, so range will be assigned to 0. If there's a dialogue NPC, we increase by 1. We get child. Let's actually change this to indices. We do indices. And that should be good. So now, under here, we do handle checkouts. Actually, we'll do scan items. No. Checkouts. And the other one will be discuss. We extend behavior, evaluate, and we want to return status success. And checkout also extends behavior. And it's evaluate. For now, I'm just going to do status running. Oh, whoops. Not pass. Return status running. So what we want to have happen in here is we want to scan the items. If counter item size is 0, or counter, or and dialogue NPC is 0, is null, we return status running. If counter item size is 0, so counter item size is 0, then we go selected node is get child 1. Counter dialogue NPC null. Well, actually, no, that needs to be 1. You need to be 0. No, you need to be 1. You need to be 0. Else actually, this needs to be altered a little bit. This needs to be tweaked. I need to rework this. This needs to be reworked. Counter item size greater than 0. And dialogue NPC not null. If selected node is null, okay. Select node is null. Counter item size. So if there's both of them, get child indices. No, not indices. So we get child. We have randi range between 0 and however many states there are. That should be good. That should be fine. So when there's both a person waiting for checkout and an NPC waiting to speak to someone, it picks one of the two at random to process. And then if there's no customers waiting... Actually, if that and dialogue NPC not null. Otherwise, count item size greater than 0. I could probably change this to an else at this point. So if it's 0 and null, return running. Otherwise, if selected node is null, make sure selected node is set to null. We have selected null. It's over if there's more than one. Like if there's items, there's dialogue. Alright, so that should be fine. I keep looking at it and I'm like, something's incorrect. I feel something's wrong. I just can't ping it. So there's the checkout and the discuss. So in checkout, this is what's going to handle processing the payments. So scan delay. Default scan time or default scan delay. Oh, 0.7, or do we want to have it as like 1.0? I think we have it as 1.0 as the deep. No. 0.6. So scan sort of thing. If I do it as 1, I think that's slow would be 2 seconds. So scan. Normal would be scan type thing. Fast would be half a second scans. And blazingly fast would be 0.25 second scams. Actually, That's actually a very good point. There we go. So that's the multiplier there. Alright. Ads. Let's do Game Duel. My brain needs a break. Start with Scribble Noughts. Start with the scribbling of the naughties. Not side view, not DS, not puzzle. After 2014. 5/5s for good luck. What? Why are 5/5s good luck? Why are 5/5s good luck? You think Diablo 4? I mean, 2018 to 2022. It could very well be a Call of Duty like Black Ops 6 or something. Yeah. Where's Black Ops 6? No, Black Ops Ghosts. Oh, damn. Ghost was 2013? Freaking hell. What up, Stooge? How you doing? I don't know. It sounded good. 5 is special. Nah. So we're looking at 2019 to 2022. It's not a shooter. It's not a puzzle. It's not an RPG hack and slash. Fall Guys. Alright, 2021 to 2022. Third person. The frick is this game? Third person only, so I doubt it's racing. God damn. Control? No, it's not a shooter. Not shooter, not sport, not platform, not indie, not hack and slash, not RPG, not puzzle. It could be a racing, could be a simulator. Could be a strategy. Could be a trivia. (2021 to 2022). It Takes Two. That does more side view, doesn't it? Oh no, it's third person. Cool. 2022 Unreal Engine third person. Supermassive games. I think I'm thinking of super giant games, like Hades stuff, but Hades isn't third person. And oh my god, Supermassive games. I know what they make. My memory is so shocking. My memory is terrible. Little Nightmares? Nah, that's Tarsia. The Quarry? The Quarry could be... It's The Quarry. There you go. Very nice, Sammy. Very well done. You're saving me. Absolutely saving me. The Quarry has co-op? What? Yeah. Also, how you doing, Duck? What do we need to do here? If scan delay is 0. It does. Scan delay plus equal context get delta. And we do we want to scan an item. So we want to go sale counter is context get counter. We go counter scan item. We want to do counter items pop front. We go if scan delay is greater than or equal to default scan delay multiplied by context get employee data get cashier speed. Is it cashier speed or is it checkout speed? I think it's checkout speed. Oh no, let's get cashier speed. Nice. Then we can do scan delay equals. Actually, no, if it's a less than or equal to, do scan delay plus equal context get delta. Otherwise, scan delay will be 0. And then that's going to cause it to go into here and do that again. We'll go if counter items size is 0, return status success. And then what we have, let's set that up in here first. This one here would be pick actually let's see. Employee actions. Wait for customer. And then under wait for customer, that does that. And then we go discuss. Checkouts. There we go. Actually, this is where we need to add another. We need to add another couple sequence here. Let's go. Process sale and talk to customer. I think checkout is just scanning the item, isn't it? Yeah. You're just scanning the items. And then we do another one under here, which would be payment. Would be a behavior. There we go. And this is why we have a behavior tree. So we can like branch it like this. Yeah. And then we'll also have under here, there'll be another node for, well, actually, there'd be another couple sequences. This one for restock, and this one for security. And then we have the sequence for those things under there, and the decision-making tree for those. So I bet you could do a tutorial on behavior trees. Not yet. Not yet. I think I'll probably create a behavior tree system as like one of the things I do next. So that way I've got all the behavior tree stuff fleshed out that I can drop into any future games. That'll probably take like a week to make something truly dynamic that can be inherited for other bits and pieces or extended for other stuff. But yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have that stuff done. Because there's a lot more to behavior trees than what I'm implementing here. But this is a nice way to do it. Like I could set up a generic wait node, which is just a node that waits for a certain amount of time before returning a success or something, and then continuing on with the sequence. So that way, instead of having this do like the scan delay stuff and then processing stuff when the scan delay goes through, you'd have it in a sequence or in a repeater that repeats until error, or repeats in like something like that. And then you have it like scan the item, goes into the next state, waits, goes back, scans the item, goes into the wait state, and then you can use that wait state at any point that you want the behavior tree to like wait. So they pace, like they walk to an area, they stop, goes into the wait, and then they go back up and they pace to another area, goes into the wait. Yeah. So you can get really fine grain control with it. Like, that's something that you do for more complicated behavior trees than what I've got. This is a very simple behavior tree. This is such a simple behavior tree. I don't know how it got so simple. Let's see. Okay. Wave high. There we go. Cool. Close that out. Open payment. Return status running. We go. I need a way for the employee to interact with the payment NPC. Interact and money. Payment take money. Payment hold get child. Okay. What we can do is go payment hold delay. How long does the animation for payment take? Hold payments. Almost a second. Okay, so it takes almost a second. So I will have this do a 1 second delay. And we'll go... if wait for payment is less than payment hold delay, we go wait for payment plus equal context get delta. And that can return status running. Otherwise, Payment taken. If payment's not taken, payment taken gets sent to true. We return status running. And we do context get counter. Counter not unassigned NPC. I think I removed it. Oh no, it was under purchase queue. Under purchase queue, purchasing. Purchase queue. Purchasing. Payment hold. Get child. Interact. So we have this. Payment take money. Connect. I should do take money emit. Actually, no, because we're going to do that. Then we're going to interact with it, and it's going to do take money Q3. Yeah, cool. So we do that. We'll take the money Q3, and then after that, we go. So the next thing, if it's is cash, purchase queue, purchasing, payment hold, get child. Payment. Cash given. So is cash. If it's not cash, what can we do? If it's not cash, do we want to delay? FPOS process delay. And give change delay. Delays. It's less than delays, we do that. And then if it's not cash, we can go what variable, what can we name this one? So this is going to be, we wait for payment. So we wait for them to hold out payment, take the payment, and then process, I guess just process payment. Process payment delay, maybe? If it's not cash, we go, if process payment delay is less than
Knock knock. Who's there?
delays
These.
multiplied.
These who? These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise.
I thought you were going a completely different direction with that. I was getting ready to just be like, grow up. But no, that was good. That was good. I like that. Well done. Well done. If it's less than that, then process payment delay plus equal context get delta. What we can actually do, max delay be delays multiply no. Why does that have an issue? Oh, because counter's not... Yep. It's supposed to be context. That's what it should be. Context. So we do that, and we go else. Turn status running. If now what we need to do is confirm we need to look at the counter, see how much, or look at the cash register, see how much change is needed. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do, what was it? Change required. Else if no counter register change given is less than this. Let's see. Oh, that's customer change. And that's change given. Okay. Change given. Change. Change dot total. Change total. No, change. Cost. Cost. Counter cost. No. Counter register change total less than counter cost. Then what we need to do if process payment delay is less than delays context data gets cashier speed process payment delay plus equal context get delta. Return status running. Else, process payment delay is 0, and we want to do counter complete purchase. But what we need to do, I think I need to add some functions in here for NPCs. On register screen, change required. Change total. Ah, that's a smarter way to do that. Router register change total. Register screen change required. Alright. Up, Stooge. Are you building everything with GD script? Correct. Correct. I'm sure really apprehensive about switching to Linux again. I mean, you do you, Sammy. You do you. You know what's... I want to. I like the idea of... I like the idea of sticking it to Microsoft. Sticking it to the man. You feel like sticking it to the man, Microsoft. You heard it. Sticking it to Microsoft. Yep. So what? Take payment from customer hands. Wait for payment to be held out by customer. Process FPOS. Process cash. Delay to input FPOS amount. Delay to add money to change. My brain does not want to do this. Thinking of trying Linux for the first time for this reason. Give it a try. Throw it onto a USB. Like put like Linux Mint or something onto a USB. Boot into the USB and tinker with it. Like test it out. It will run slower than if it was installed onto your system, but it'll at least give you an idea, like how to do things, like how to open up things, how to navigate it and stuff like that. So, no harm. So we need to delay. Then we need to determine what change to give and add that to the total given. Complete purchase after delay. Cache is the interesting one. So complete purchase. So we register change total. Less than that. Cache given. It's greater than 0. Then we do register cash payment made. And that's going to do payment screen, payment paid, amount paid, change required. Change required is change, amount given is amount, change total is change required. So change will be 0. Total will be 0. So that's fine. I'll go down to here. It'll be if fpos amount required is greater than 0. Fpos amount required is 0. Else register toggle open. FPOS amount required greater than 0. FPOS amount required gets set to cost. Payment required switches into purchase. I'm I've forgotten half of this. It's been so long since I looked at any of the checkout stuff. Purchase complete. Cash register gonna go purchase complete, clean up. Change given gets set to white. Update report values. Item queue. Purchase complete. But where's it changing money? Like, where's the money handover? Ah, right there. Change given. Cash given minus change given. And then amount, so payment made. Cash payment made. Shit. I need to figure that out. That's going to be an interesting little piece there. Payment discuss. Yeah, I need to figure out how the money is being exchanged. I think that's something we have to figure out tonight. So I can't ping that. I cannot ping that right now. Damn it. All right. What we'll do. They're finishing, so I can't rate them. That's who we can go see. That's who we can go see. Tomorrow, or tonight, sorry, tonight, we'll get this stuff figured out. We'll get this payment stuff figured out and finishing off. And then we will validate that it's all working. We'll run tests, we'll fix bugs and whatnot throughout it. But yeah, there's some stuff that I need to do on the counter to set up NPC, like employee specific checkout process, because it's currently all set up for the player to process the checkout, which obviously there's some differences there. There's things that need to be set up when the player's doing it that don't need to be set up when the NPC's doing it. So, yeah, we'll figure that stuff out. We'll get it all organized and set up properly. And I will be back in 5 hours. Yeah, thanks for being here all. I don't think this works yet, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see if it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't though. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. There is absolutely no credits there whatsoever. All right. Have a good 5 hours, y'all. See yous in a bit.